9:30. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Economic Development Committee meeting for the 24th of October. I understand we actually are going to start the... I think we've now gone live?
Yes.
I have a feeling that we are going to recognise Shakeout, which is an event that's about to occur right on 9:30. So be aware of that when that happens. But meanwhile, I'll continue until that occurs. I have apologies, full absence from Councillor Thompson, partial absence from Councillor Pike. If the meeting goes after 1 o'clock, and I think Councillor Pike is online. Good morning, those who are online. I have lateness from Mia Paula, but she is definitely not late. Colleagues, please get under your desk. Did you bring candy?
Yeah. Don't bang our heads as we come out.
Yeah.
Perfect.
This was always the way I thought I should have started my years ago.
Yep. Thank you all.
Oh.
Tim, save yourself.
So you just got a photo of an empty chamber.
Through you, Chair, thank you all. Just a very quick reminder, if you not have the ability to get under a desk, on your hands and knees, hands behind your head, make yourself as small as possible until the shaking stops. Thank you all.
All right, colleagues, we'll continue. It just goes to show economic development is endlessly exciting and anything can happen. So I will move the apologies. Are there any other? Yes, Councillor, who asked? 1:30. All right, thank you. That's noted. Any others? If not, I'll move, seconded by Councillor Jeff. All those in favour say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Confirmation of the agenda. Now, the Economic Development Committee confirms the agenda that item 10 is to be taken after item 7, and that is to help with, to accommodate external partners who are joining us. So with that small amendment, Deputy Mayor.
I meant to say to you before the meeting, I was just questioning C4 in the PX. There's no decision required, and I couldn't really understand there are no commercial decisions or financial information that I could see it being required to be in PX.
All right, thank you for that. Blair, your comments?
Sorry, Councillor, I wasn't quite listening to that.
She's referring to C4.
Rude!
Yeah, sorry,
Referring to C4 and why that is in PX.
Rude-tude.
it's in relation to commercial sensitive material being discussed around the economic intelligence gathering and discussions with various organisations around the city.
We have that item. We have a guest.
We also have a guest coming to share some information, but in particular, it's in relation to the, I guess, the insights and economic insights from across the organisations in the city.
So it's not financially commercial, but it's intellectually commercial?
Intellectually, and I guess protecting the commercial interests and commercially sensitive material being shared.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So I will move the agenda with that small alteration concerning item 10, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favour say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Opportunity for declarations of interest. Are there any? If not, we'll continue. Now, public forum. We were expecting 2 speakers for public forum. We have a feeling they may have thought that they were going to be talking to an item later on. and that they may turn up roughly at 11 o'clock for that. And in the spirit of wanting to ensure they have an opportunity, I intend to take public forum at that time. I know that's a little unusual, but I just didn't want to shut the door on them now, because I think that would be highly inappropriate. So with your blessing, that's my intention, which now then moves me to item 5, and that is the confirmation of the Economic Development Committee open minutes of the 13th of August, of which I will move, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Are there any corrections to be made? If none, and I don't see any, I'll move, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favour say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Colleagues, we're making great progress, thank you. We now move to item 6, and that is the Chair's report. I don't intend to reread it. I don't intend to highlight any issue. I certainly opened some questions. It is my intention. Actually, just 1 second. Actually, Councillor Donovan, I understand you wanted to just make a small correction in regards to part of the Chair's report.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wilson, and apologies for my slight lateness. Just in the section on water sports around Bridge to Bridge, there was a piece there where it talks about the Friday night event, Show and Shine. That's been moved out to the Classic Car Museum as a result of what they said to me, and these were in their words, were increased costs and in compliance to be able to do what has been a traditional event in Hood Street. So they've moved it out to out of the CBD into Classic Car Museum. I think that was it. Was there something else as well? I thought it was sent to Amy at one stage, but excuse me, I'm full of allergies, so my head's not quite in the right place.
Was it HCBA, I think, Councillor Donovan?
Oh, yes, yep, with their contribution. They had their awards event last night, but there were a record 133 entries from well over 100 businesses, or close to 100 businesses, which is quite significant. And I think for those that were at the awards event last night would have seen that there was quite a positive vibe around Central City, business activity. That's all I'd add there.
All right, excellent. Colleagues, I open the report for any questions of the report. Oh, okay. I thought you would press the button for a question. So no questions either online or here. So I will move the Chair's report, seconded by Councillor Jeff, and open it for debate. Oh, so just 1 second. Convinced by governance that I will do that later. Sorry, it's now open for debate, and I
do have a question just on that last thing, if I may.
by all means, on the Chair's report.
Yeah. Is the motion just that this is received, or were there? I understood there might be some additional parts of the motion coming.
Yes, but I've been convinced by governance that we should do that
At the time.
At the time after the airport has presented.
Right.
And as you'll know, in this chamber, we always follow the advice of Amy, because we're scared of her.
Thank you.
Right. No questions. So we'll open it up for debate. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thank you for your comprehensive report. I just want to note with thanks the international flights from Hamilton Airport paragraph that you have put here, particularly our thanks to the airport board and of course as shareholders we've been working consistently behind them for the last couple of years to secure Jetstar, which was no easy, it doesn't happen overnight. Those deals do not happen overnight. I know you've been persistent and working through all the detail with Jetstar to get to a win-win situation for Jetstar and the airport. And so I do want to thank you, in particular the key staff in your team, Mark, that have been doing all the legwork on that. And thoroughly enjoyed the very early public opening or announcement. Just love getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, but for that I was really, really happy to be there and celebrate that. Yeah, so that I did just want to put that on record, that it's been a long journey. I know you have done great work, so we look forward to the next improvements that we can deliver together. Just in terms of the medical school, supporting Chairman Wilson's comments around the progress on the medical school. You know, there's a little more opportunity than there was not that many months ago now to kind of forge forward and make it a reality. So we have both met with the university at various times to ask what it is they need from us specifically to help drive this outcome. And I'm pretty confident that we will land this much needed medical school. And actually, just to let you know how interesting it is to those who might be overseas, when we hosted Saitama recently, they were very exercised by the possibility of partnership in the medical sciences and medical excellence. So that was something that has arisen from a good relationship with our sister city. Thank you on your good report, Ewan. Just one more thing, if I may, please indulge. Thank you for the work on the Municipal Endowment Fund. I think by the end of the year we'll have some really good announcements to make on how it's progressed. Thank you.
Any other debate? I'll just very quickly say that obviously I'm very pleased with the work the MEF is doing. I appreciate those members who participate, and I appreciate Nicholas and the staff who are working very hard behind the scenes to complete some of the commercial aspects. There are some very exciting things that will be announced in the very near future. In regards to the international flights, I want to highlight my thanks to a number of the MPs, including Minister Tama and, of course, our former colleague, Councillor Ryan, who worked very hard, I understand, in Wellington to help with some of the fees, and of course MP Barbara as well. So that's been very, very helpful. I have said in the past that I felt that Jetstar was ready to go much earlier and that we had to wait to get ourselves prepared, and that's unfortunate. But now that it's coming, I too am looking forward to it. And I'm sure when the airport presents today, there will be a number of other questions regarding the airport, and I look forward to covering that at that time. So we will move the report. It's been seconded. I think we can do this on the hands. All those in favour say aye. All those against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right. Now, I think we have Sean Murray online for item 7. Sean, are you with us? Sorry, Max? He's online, but he's currently muted.
If not, we can invite the guests.
All right. While we're waiting, maybe our guest, Mark Scott, Peter, welcome. Come on forward. We were expecting our General Manager to at least provide an introduction. Wonderful. Hi, Sean. How are you?
Yes, hello. Greetings from Brisbane. Look, I think there's not much introduction for me to offer. The team are here to report on both the airport company annual results and also for the Hamilton Waikato tourism. So I really hand over to them. Thank you.
So, Mark, a very warm welcome. We're in your hands. I know there will be lots of questions today, but the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps if I could start off. Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Stubbs. It's good to see you again, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to acknowledge also Her Worship the Mayor and Madam Deputy Mayor, and also good morning to all of the elected members. I'm here because our chairman, Barry Harris, is overseas and sends his apologies. I should add that having been appointed as from the 1st of August this year, I can take absolutely no credit for anything. But happily, three of the people who can take credit are here this morning, and I'm sure happy to answer your questions. We appreciate the opportunity to report to you, one of our very important shareholders. My understanding is that you have a copy of our annual report and our PowerPoint presentation. Just a quick observation on the previous year. As has been reported, it's been a subdued year of trading, and frankly that's to be expected given the economic pressures that have flowed through to tourism, in New Zealand's well-known challenges, and also lower land sales as expected. And that, I think, really emphasises the importance of the airport's diversification strategy. But the good news is I think we're making progress under our strategic plan. And in that regard, Mark and Scott are now going to take us through the highlights, and then we'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. We'll bring up our presentation now. Look, we thought we would move through the presentation very, very quickly and then allow time for some questions and answers at the end. If I could, thank you very much. Firstly, the acknowledgements by the Chair and the Mayor in relation to Jetstar. The only other comment I would add is that if we are naming our ministers, also Minister Upston was very supportive, as have been in discussions the border, Ministers Hoggard, Costello and Brown. So we've had very good support from central government as we've worked through this process. So first slide, please. Won't spend any time really on this. What I would comment on is it has been a busy year. Very successful in respect of the plan change for Precinct North, and we were in the Environment Court process, you might recall. So we're out of that, and we're now in a position that we can move forward with that land. The Jetstar negotiations, and I think also last time it was relatively commercial in confidence because we weren't in a position to obviously announce, but that was a very big piece of work really from late last year through to the announcement over the winter. And then finally, we have our first significant design build, and that has been secured, and we will commence construction of that facility later next year. So a lot of big projects on the backdrop of the tough trading conditions that Peter has outlined. If we could move to the next slide, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Just a quick couple of headline comments on our financial results, appreciating you've hopefully had a chance to read the annual report. Look, clearly a subdued earnings result after the recent years, and I think that reflects, as we expected, a lot less property activity. The way we've staged development, we were never expecting a large year of property development and land sales. And really just, I think we're all feeling, the economic pressures a bit. So certainly travel a lot more subdued, which of course is the airport, but also a hotel business, which is still, re-emerging from the heights of the MIQ time. So that's certainly one thing. The other aspect that's very unusual for us to come here and report a loss We did make a profit before tax, but we included in our large tax expense as a one-off item. It's about $6.5 million. It's non-cash. That's arisen out of the changes in the income tax legislation. So we're never going to have to pay that tax. It really just means there's tax benefit we won't get over the next 40 years as we depreciate our buildings. So that's the key driver of a rather large tax bill, and then just or a tax expense rather. And just to our next slide quickly. Looking ahead, we've obviously briefed you on our strategy on several occasions, so I won't redo that. But you can see from sort of the two left-hand columns quite milestone events, 2014, when there was quite a significant change in board and management, and then 2018 when we embarked on our current 10-year plan. Looking ahead the next 10 years, I understand some of you might be sceptical that you're going to see a balance sheet double, but we sat here 5 or 6 years ago and said we'd hope to bring you a balance sheet and an asset worth about 150 million. Our balance sheet's now worth north of 200 in about a 5-year period as opposed to the 10 years we'd sort of suggested it would take. So we're really excited about what the future holds. And probably most importantly, difficult sort of year or two in the property market, which is the ultimate driver of our balance sheet, whether it be commercial property or our airport holdings. I'd say the value we've created is sustainable. A lot of other businesses will have seen property values and balance sheet decline. Our balance sheet, certainly in the past year, while it hasn't appreciably grown, has at least maintained its value. Thanks, and to the next slide.
Thank you, and I think if we go click again to the next slide. Sorry, we can just go back one click, my apologies. So look, I thought it might be useful here. There's often questions around the 10-year strategy of the airport group around both its aeronautical and its non-aeronautical activities. So I thought today it would be useful just to spend a couple of minutes explaining the fact that we are very clear, the board are very clear, our shareholders have been very clear to our board that we are, of course, an aeronautical business, and we do have non-aeronautical interests that support our 10-year diversification strategy to ensure that we're able to generate profits to reinvest in our aeronautical business. So I thought if we can just bring the first animation through, you'll see there that pink mass is the northern precinct. That is the land that will, in essence, be owned by Titanium Park for property development, and that will be over the next probably 20 years. It could be longer. That will be driven by market opportunities and fluctuations in economic cycles, etc. If we animate the next slide, I think this is a key slide that demonstrates that blue shaded area, it's not quite entirely as it will finalise, but it gives you an indication that RAL, the parent company, will retain about 20 hectares of land that's airside, both to the main runway and to the cross runway, that will allow for future aeronautical development. And that land will remain leasehold. In other words, there won't be the freehold title access to that land. And the block in the centre really is what we define as the hub. So that will be the commercial amenity area that services that side of the airport. The next animation just shows that pink triangle of land. I think it's important as we start to consider not only the 20 hectares on northern, but we have a further close to 15 hectares of land there that can be developed for aeronautical purposes that still allows a grass cross runway to exist. Again, that factors into our master plan thinking as to how we might further develop our aeronautical interests in time to come. There's also the cross runway was a very important piece of aviation resource, particularly when we had a significant flight school. And our intention at the moment under our master plan is to retain that, but there's an opportunity perhaps in future decades to consider whether or not there's a necessity for that cross runway or not. But at the moment we can develop another 15 hectares and provide access to the main runway via the cross runway that could, in addition to being grass, could be sealed. The next animation Just shows you down the bottom there. I hope you all saw it, the little blue bit. But look, we have a private interest that have developed a helicopter servicing base there. The airport company has retained half of that land for future expansion of helicopter services. We will build that wing at some future point. But the key point here is that certainly our general aviation business still remains strong. There's helicopter servicing and the housing of helicopters is growing as a part of our business, and there's a protection for that. And it's nice to have it on this side of the airport, away from the commercial side of the airport. And then the final, which will be an animation, the arrow down to, that's a series of corporate jet taxiways that we'll be constructing by the end of 2026. That services privately owned land for housing private corporate jets. And the other important aspect of that is that we have designed it in such a way, if you can see where it comes down from the runway, and then it moves off to the left and creates some fingers down to the land. That left is actually the future taxiway. So we're one of the few airports in New Zealand that has provision for a full-length taxiway. That remains provided for as part of our master planning, and that will be designed so at a future point there's no sacrificial works. We'll be able to continue that taxiway to the south or to the left of that map, if that makes it easy for you to understand. And then the final comment I'd make before we move off the slide is if we go to the top of the map, the blue area, which is our general aviation land holdings, we have in the last couple of years acquired significant improvements, and that has allowed companies like Menzies to significantly expand their servicing now through to Jets 737s are servicing, 737s. And also the opportunity now to expand aeromedical services and a number of other aviation interests, and gradually RAL is acquiring improvements as they either come up for sale, so that RAL has not only the land interest but also the interest on the improvements. I'll move on, thank you very much, to the next slide. Look, that's just simply the Precinct North. I think I've already talked about the plan change. I think the only point I would make here is that two green areas that you see above the precinct is the two lifestyle blocks that we bought as compensation blocks for the recognition of Peka Peka, the long-tail bat. So those compensation sites will be developed, and in fact the larger one, the 11-hectare block that runs down to the river, we've just received the costings to develop that, and planting will start in the autumn of next year. It's a significant piece of work, and they will be developed over the next couple of years, 2 or 3 years. And ultimately, they will move from RAL into a trust framework so that they are held in perpetuity to work with, we hope, NZTA, Waka Kotahi, and the development of Southern Links and their land holdings and their requirements also to make environmental provisions around the long-tail bat. So the blocks that we have purchased align with the movements of the Peka Peka down to the river, but also now provide a bridge into the Crown land that will be the Crown land that will be surplus after Southern Links is built. All right. We go to the next slide. Thank you very much. Again, this is just a render of the Precinct North and how we envisage that this will develop over the next, as I say, couple of decades or more or less, depending on the levels of interest. I think the key point we want to demonstrate, or I'd like to demonstrate here, is if you, as you look at the map to the left there, you'll see the provision of a significant freight hub. So our vision for RAL is that ultimately we have retained about 9 hectares of land here for the provision of aviation freight into the future. To give you some context, Auckland Airport do not have designated freight hub facilities. Christchurch do, but their land holding for their freight facilities is about sort of 7 hectares and about half the number of gates for freight activity. So again, we're just very mindful in our master planning that we are giving consideration to a mixed use on this land, not only, of course, the aeronautical that fringes the runway, but also the commercial industrial development that Titanium Park will also undertake, as I outlined earlier on. I can move to, I'll leave Scott now to talk about this.
Obviously, very excited after, it was 15 months and the end of active negotiations, not only with the airline, but there's 7 different border and government agencies involved to make sure a plane can land. So the airline piece, in relative terms of how straightforward things were, the airline piece was relatively straightforward. I think we all understand the strong business case for the region, and we've always accepted that the time would be right for international flights. So, yeah, so the airline, but many moving parts back and forward, and obviously, as was referred to earlier, the complication when we were here back in March was at that stage around the border agencies, which of course themselves went through some significant reforms with the change of government during this process. So hopefully the worst of that's behind us. There's a little bit of residual challenge ahead, I guess, is that in amongst this there's also legislative reform around recovery of border agency costs. To a large degree, they're borne by the passengers as part of your ticket price. That's the ongoing cost, the cost of staffing, the cost of establishing the services, to some degree are borne by the airport. That remains unclear, but we believe there's a position, regardless of where that legislation lands, the position will be acceptable to the company and ultimately makes the business case work for the region. Other big work streams ahead of us, of course, to refit the terminal. So that international terminal, of course, was used for a short period of time while we did the seismic work. Then there's been some subsequent seismic work in that part of the terminal, so getting it international fit for purpose again, and reactivating some of the things, particularly airport security, and those things will be stepped up, and especially biosecurity controls. So that's all to happen between now and the 16th of June next year. And if we just move quickly to the next slide, just an example of some of the promotional work that's been done. Early stats to share with you, and early feedback from Jetstar. They're really pleased with the launch sale and the initial sale activities. Been a couple of big sales since. A couple of good news items to share with you. We are the cheapest international airport out of New Zealand, so fares just from $130 one way. So to be able to get across the Tasman and back for sort of under $300 is really impressive. And probably pleasingly for the region, particularly the Sydney flight's very strong inbound. It's running roughly 60% inbound. So really pleased about that, obviously, to see not only international flights, but people coming to the region. So that's obviously great for tourism. And on the Gold Coast, look, it's mostly Kiwis going out, but there's not an insignificant amount of inbound traffic. As I learnt on the journey to the Gold Coast, I was fortunate to go there for the launch. Over 1% of New Zealand is actually called the Gold Coast home now. So there's still strong opportunity to get people back and connect with family and friends. But really pleased to be able to share we are the cheapest international port in and out of New Zealand. And then just to the next slide, it's just some examples of some of the marketing that's taking place in Australia. There's obviously work that we've done in connection with the RTO, Hamilton Waikato Tourism. Equally, both airports have been really engaged in marketing in their local markets, so Sydney and Gold Coast, and of course Tourism New Zealand. It's just some of the examples of what's been done to date. And I'll pass you back to Mark.
Thanks, Scott. If I could just finish on Jetstar, sort of in this public forum, to say we will need the support of the region and the wider catchment to support this opportunity, because at the end of the day, airlines need to fill their aircraft, and we'll be working hard, both ourselves and with the support of Hamilton Waikato Tourism. And we are across in Australia next month to meet with the Jetstar team to start building those relationships. But that will be the key, that we keep those load factors at a level that makes it profitable for Jetstar to continue those services. So please keep that top of mind with your constituents. Right, next slide, please. Look. In essence, I don't have too much to say here. I think we can indicate there's quite a bit. Besides our business as usual, will be focused on really these big projects, getting ready for Jetstar. It's a huge amount of work to make sure we are ready for June 25. And moving into the finalisation and the development of Precinct North, we will start earthworks over the summer of 25 to open up the first stage, approximately about 10 hectares of land, and the design build I mentioned earlier on. And then finally, there's a lot of work going into progressing our aeronautical investments. The aeromedical facility I mentioned earlier on, we have a signed lease now, and so there's some construction works once the board have approved that to commence early next year. We're working on a car rental facility, and we now also own, we have acquired from Airways all of our runway lighting, power and lighting. Most airports, we're one of the first airports to move in this direction. We've got a significant upgrade of our runway lights over the next 2 or 3 years, and that work commences in earnest next year as well. So a lot on our plate, but all very manageable. Thank you. And look, I won't spend too long on the risks, but just really to identify that I'd like to link back to Peter's opening comments that the passenger numbers have been tough over the winter. Fortunately, October has been much stronger, about 10% stronger than the winter months, so that's encouraging. We are constrained by schedule and we have very high load factors in and out of Hamilton, which of course has a direct correlation to fares. So I want to assure you, as our sort of major shareholder, we work very closely with Air New Zealand. We have a meeting with them in a couple of weeks' time to discuss this. So we remain engaged with Air New Zealand to try and look at how we can increase capacity into the region. And then, look, I think the hotel is also improving. Very good at October, and one swallow doesn't make a summer. But what I would say is that the outlook is significantly improving for the hotel. So we expect a much stronger second half to the year. And then finally, I don't think as Scott's alluded to, we just have to finalise our contractual arrangements with the border agencies once the public consultation has completed. And that probably won't be till the end of the year, so that remains at risk until we have that finally secured. No issue to providing the services. It's just the commercial conjoint around those services that needs to be finalised. And look, last slide is, that's it for us, other than I would say we are hosting the New Zealand Airports Conference this year, and it's in a couple of weeks' time. We have Mayor Paula opening the conference along with Mayor Susan. So we are very excited to host. I'm not sure Hamilton has ever hosted, or if they did, it's a very, very long time ago. It's an exciting conference over 3 days, and Hamilton Airport has quite a strong profile during that conference. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of our presentation.
Colleagues, I open it up for questions. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you, Clark, for the report. Comprehensive, and it's good to have the report with all the detail as well. And absolutely fantastic news about the flights to Aussie. And we have a daughter living in Brisbane, so I can guarantee you we'll be taking 2 weekends over there at least, 2 long weekend trips. And I'm sure there's many others in the same boat. Just the designation for the runway extension has obviously been in the news recently, and not for positive reasons. Can I get an update on where the board is at with that?
Sure. Peter, would you like me to? Perhaps I can start, and Peter can add anything to it. I think what we would say, first of all, is that the runway designation, I think a couple of key points I'd start with. The designation is, the runway extension designation is one of a suite of designations that, so there's about 5 designations in all. The board considered back in 2022, was there a business case to consider seeking or to meet the conditions required to satisfy the runway extension designation, and at that point there wasn't a business case that supported that. However, I think we always reserved, both the board and management, we always agreed that there would be a review through 2025, given that we have, no matter what decision is made around the runway designation, all of the other designations need to be aligned to that ultimate position. And that's probably a good 12 months' work with Waipa, which was always intended to commence in 2025, bearing in mind that the designation for the runway lapses in December 26. So I guess so with that in mind, as part of reviewing the designations in 2025, there was always the intention to do a full review. So what has changed, and has sufficiently enough changed, and that is the process that that management are working through at the moment. We have brought that forward sort of 3 or 4 months, and we are working with our planners and our RMA lawyers to determine, and there are definitions in the legislation around making sufficient progress, etc., etc. So look, we in fact are already engaged with Waipa. In fact, there is a letter outlining RAU's position and what we think has changed in the past couple of years that have merit for a conversation with Waipa before we make any such application. And that communication in fact goes to Waipa today. It may have already gone to Waipa, and our team are meeting with Waipa on the 30th of October to start those conversations. What I would also say is that the nature of that you cannot apply for any extension to the lapse period of the designation until within 3 months of the designation terminating. So in fact, under legislation, RAU can't make application until about October 26 anyway. The work we will do between now and probably the end of 25, early 26, is to work closely with Waipa to see if that they support our view that there are changes and ultimately are the board comfortable to progress an application on that basis. So that's the piece of work that will be done. So I think there has been a misunderstanding that whilst the board and it said there was no business case in 2022, we didn't say that we wouldn't continue to monitor the designation and whether or not that's just a smart thing to do, right? Are there significant changes that either cause a reason to actually satisfy the designation and extend the runway, or there is still so much information to be considered and that we should seek an extension to the lapse period under the current framework of the
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. And what's your current view? Have there been enough changes to warrant re-looking at that decision?
Look, I think it's too early for us to say, and I think respectfully Waipa are the consenting authority, and we'd like to have those conversations with Waipa before we have those publicly. So, but I think you could tell from my preamble that we wouldn't be having those conversations with Waipa if we didn't think there was merit in changes, including, for argument's sake, the arrival of Jetstar. In our initial thinking, we thought it would be the end of this decade before we saw an international airline enter the Hamilton market. That's changed. So narrow-body jet, it doesn't necessarily change the designation question, but it does open up the beachhead question, and there has been, as you rightly point out, there has been some media conversations, and I think our other thinking here is around, so what does this mean for perhaps resilience, economic growth? Is our current position in sync with those opportunities into the future, and the desire now future-proof to give a complete relook at the sub-region and the impact of development in and around the airport. So all of these aspects bring forward, we may not have all the answers at the moment, so in fact, is that sufficient to... And we've also done a lot of work, by the way, since 2011, both physical works and preparatory work. So, but of course that's up to Waipa to consider.
Okay, thank you. Just if I may, and Mark, just in the report on page 63, just going through there, there's a reference to a subsidiary you've set up, Titanium Park Limited, in August 2023. Can you tell me what?
There seemed to be a transaction for Northern Precinct in August 23. The subsidiary itself was set up in about 2004.
Yeah.
So it's the existing property company we've had for about 20 years.
Okay, because it says the directors of RAL formed a separate Titanium Park Limited Board of Directors from August the 1st.
Correct.
Oh, so you just set up the Board of Directors on August the 4th?
There was always, previously a board of directors for Titanium Park. In recent years, there wasn't, and then the RAL board made the decision to formally have a Titanium Park board of directors again, given, I think, the fact that we've moved now into much more significant work streams around particularly Precinct North, and this is several $100 million of opportunity over the next kind of decade, and the importance of having a focus at governance level on the subsidiary company.
Right. And how did you go about appointing the directors for this board? What was the process for that?
This is not, I would not normally speak on behalf of the board, but that was a decision made by the RAL board.
By the board, right. Yep. And they didn't advertise, or I'm just thinking from aeronautical to land development, it's probably a different skill set. Was there any effort to advertise, or what was the process?
Look, again, I'm very mindful that as the CE, I'm not authorised to speak on behalf of the board. So I think if there are questions that you'd like us to take back to the RAL board to respond on, I'm happy to do that, but I'm not comfortable to actually speak on behalf of the board. All right.
So there's no one from the board, no one here.
Well, I think Peter's, of course, only just joined the board, and this decision was made last year. So if Barry was here, he would be able to perhaps answer your questioning, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to do so.
Okay, all right. Well, just in that regard then, the question I have is, I see that all 5 directors of RAL have been appointed onto this Titanium Park board. And are receiving honorariums for that as well, in addition to their airport. And so I guess I'm just questioning the transparency of the process. That's perhaps something you could take back and get some answers on.
Absolutely happy to do that. And just for clarity, of course, there are 6 directors now on the board, not 5, because we have have appointed an additional director. Happy to take that back, and we can either respond via the committee, but we will do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Huasa.
O tēnā koutou, kia ora Peter, kia ora Mark, kia ora Scott. My questions aren't
Kia
so
ora.
as intense, but they're related to marketing and your international marketing to Australia. And I'm just looking at the imagery, and straight away we know we've got the Mata, you got the gardens. I think that could be Raglan. I'm not too sure where it is, and by process of elimination, that could be a care from the Maunga Tautari sanctuary. My question is, how are you promoting our distinct cultural characteristics of our region? Because I don't see any of it in those photos.
Kia ora, and that's a very good observation. What I would say to you is that this was just initially the launch material on the day to have launch material available. We're about to start a process, both with Hamilton Waikato Tourism, with Destination Queensland, with New South Wales, with Gold Coast Airport, Sydney Airport, in respect of how we jointly market the routes. And that also embraces Tourism New Zealand, that are also part of this process. So there's no question you will see that in future, and there's no, because there are unique aspects, as we know, to Kingitanga and the importance of Mana Whenua to the region. So that will come through. Bear with us. There was no intention to not recognise those opportunities. They will be.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, and then after me, maybe Cash. Could I start with a few questions to Scott in terms of finance? Scott, if you could turn to page 39 in diligence.
I don't have diligent, but I've
Don't
got
you?
our
Okay,
page
well, how
numbers,
about page 5 of the KPMG? First of all, the consolidated statement of comprehensive revenue and expenses include all entities in the broader umbrella of,
all the four.
so Titanium Park,
Hotel.
Hamilton Tourism Waikato and the hotel. Okay, thank you. On that page 5, I see in 2023, can you just confirm the employee benefit expenses was 5,079,000, is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. Now, I see on page 44 in Diligent, and let me get you what page that is in your report, page 10.
Yep.
Employee benefit expenses and employee entitlements include salaries, wages, expenses, etc., and bonuses. Can you confirm, has the airport paid any of its management in the last 3 years any bonuses?
Thank you. Why don't I quickly respond to that? Because yes, there is a bonus component to my remuneration, and there is also a delegated bonus pool for my decision to then reward members of the team. But principally, I'm the only one with a contractual bonus structure.
Understood. If I go back to page 5 on your report, Scott, I note in 2024 there's been approximately $500,000 more in the last 12 months. Could you explain that, please?
Sure. So, particularly out of the hotel, so while it's an MIQ and it was actually really full, it's actually really easy to staff because you're not providing the same level of housekeeping, you're not providing restaurant staff, things like that. So as the hotel's transitioned out of MIQ, and bearing in mind it was still an MIQ through till it relaunched to the public, it's only traded about 10 months in 2023 in the public market. So it's got a full year of trading with a fully staffed restaurant, full housekeeping complement, and things like even reservations and check-in staff. So there's a lot more resource gone into the hotel. Also, particularly around cafe and sort of hospitality's continued wage pressure there, which we would have seen the wage increases through 2023 take effect for a full year in 2024.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that explanation. On your page 29 or 63 in Diligent, I note that currently the chair, Barry Harris, receives $60,000 a year. And I also see, and this is the most significant change, I think, in the last wee while, he's also, I think the board, and maybe Peter would like to comment as the board's representative, the board has appointed him also to Titanium Park, where he now collects an additional $33,000. I'm also see in the same period the board appointed themselves to Titanium Park, and Margaret gets an additional $17,000. And I see Mr. Gus Gilmore took up the role in not only the airport, but also Hamilton Waikato in tourism. My question is, Hamilton City Council is your shareholder, did not, or has, were we asked, when we set the directors, what you're saying is we only set it to the airport company, and the airport company has chosen to create subsidiaries, and they've chosen who those directors are and who and what their remunerations. Is that correct?
It's well, the shareholders approve firstly the formation of the subsidiaries, but as I think it's in the theme of what Jeff and Mark were talking about, it's probably questions around direct appointments and direct remuneration is ready for the REL board to respond to. So I'd be happy to add to the questions. Okay,
thank you. If we keep moving on, and maybe Mark, you could help respond to this. As a council-controlled organisation, Obviously, we're aware of the letter that was sent by the board to the Minister and the tone of the letter, and that has been well covered in the media. I just want to get on record, did you sign off on that letter?
So firstly, it wasn't a letter sent by the board, it was a letter sent by management. And yes, I did sign off on the letter.
And was the board aware of the letter?
Yes, they were.
And they also approved it?
There was a very short time span between the dispatch of the letter, so the board were made aware of the letter at the time the letter was sent. I couldn't tell you exactly the timing on that day.
And in hindsight, do you think the tone of the letter was appropriate for a council-controlled organisation to write to a Minister of Government, particularly a Minister of Government that's responsible for providing regional economic development funding?
I think what we were endeavouring to do, and whether Peter you'd like to make some comments first.
If I could just talk to your very appropriate question, I think, Mr Chairman, about the issue of tone. As Mark's correctly said, it was a letter from management. The board saw it at the same time as it was sent. The way that I would characterise the letter was that it was well-intentioned. I think in life and in business, we've all had situations where we've communicated with the best of intentions, but sometimes it hasn't been received in the way that we would hope. And I think it's a reminder for all of us in life and in business that we look to improve what we say and how we say it. So, you know, that's a reflection from my perspective as a board member. In terms of the substance, Mark, did you want to talk about that at all?
Look, I think the substance in the sense that the intention of the letter was to ensure that the information being publicly stated was indeed correct, and we had some concerns around some of that information. So the intention of the letter was actually to engage with the Minister in his office to actually discuss the designation, the fact that there had not been contact with certain as proposed. So I think it was well intentioned in that space to just make sure that the information, from our perspective, was corrected.
All right, thank you. Scott, if I could ask, just in terms of on page 18 on yours, on 52 on our report, under point 3B, you describe an intangible asset and you acknowledge an aeronautical designation as an intangible asset. Could you remind your shareholder exactly what costs were incurred by the airport company in securing the original designation to lengthen the runway to approximately 2,900 metres?
So there was as Mark alluded to, there was a suite of designations back in about 2011. The total cost of that was just on $1 million.
$1 million. And you've then depreciated it subsequent years, so in theory over the life of the designation it reduces, and that's
Correct.
how you've depreciated.
And it's not an asset you can revalue. For example, if we were to extend or somehow seek a new designation, the new cost would become an asset.
Sure.
But
Did you, putting aside accounting standards, did the airport board turn its mind to the value in the long term that having the only designation in the country to extend to 2,900 metres may bring the airport?
yeah, exactly. That goes back to, as we talked about, one of the things around a business case and what's effort and progress, and equally there needs to be a business case to support it.
That wasn't my question, respectfully. What I asked was, did the airport and its board make any internal discussions about, well, if we land this designation that enables us to lengthen the runway to 2,900 metres to become the third longest airport in the country, an hour and 20 minutes south of Auckland, whether that had some meaningful economic uplift at some future time?
Chair, that potentially is the case. I guess what we are required to do under the designation is either make substantial progress. There are landowners that are blighted by the designation. So our responsibility is to balance the future opportunities, if they indeed exist, versus ensuring that we act responsibly around the designation.
Right, thank you. I've only got a couple of more questions. Would you describe, Mark, Hamilton Airport's, what is Hamilton's Airport's approach to, I mean, is it a common user terminal?
Absolutely.
Right, so Hamilton will continue to ensure that any new carrier has absolute access.
Absolutely, and that is clearly defined in what parts of the terminal are leased to airlines and what parts of the terminal remain open for access. So yes, we are very, and I think we are extremely open to as many carriers as we could attract to the region.
Great, thank you. Has the airport company in the last 5 years had any discussions with Auckland Airport, either its board or management, about its contemplating surrendering its designation?
Absolutely not. That's not something we would discuss with Auckland Airport. We meet with Auckland Airport generally once a year, the management teams. The boards don't meet, but the management teams meet. And that's around common interest discussions, but certainly neither organisation speak about anything that could breach any kind of competition issue. So no, we don't discuss that. Thank and you. Would never.
Peter, maybe on with your expertise in tourism and events, have you made an observation about whether or not Auckland Airport, and I note they've decided to delay the commencement of their second runway until 2041 due to a slow turn down, but would you envisage that if Hamilton actually got to nearly 3,000 metres, it would provide a competitive option for against Auckland?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I'd use the word competitive. I wonder whether complementary might be better, a better phrasing. I certainly think that, we all observe that Auckland's delaminating, is the way I describe it, and it's becoming more difficult, spending a lot of time there myself, getting to and from, not just Auckland, but then slogging your way to the airport. So I think that, one of the great potential benefits here is if Jetstar is as stupendously successful as we hope it will be in relation to its current international schedule, that it will increase its network. And I think that may be of benefit if Jetstar continues to increase its network. That may be of benefit to Auckland for the simple reason it may enable them to delay the huge capital cost of a second runway further out into the future.
Excellent. Mark, in your early management report to the board recommending that the designation should not be renewed, I understand you've said you've relied on legal planning and a market analysis. Was that through the company Airbiz?
Airbiz, they were but one of the contributors, so we received inputs from Airbiz, whose main responsibility actually was the factual compilation of the master plan. And then we also had other aviation consultants such as Astral Aviation that have provided advice to us, in fact, right back to about the time I started in the business. And then, of course, we had strong RMA legal advice and very strong planning advice from BBO, who, again, have managed the planning at the airport for about 20 years.
But at the AGM in 2022, Airbiz was present and provided advice on behalf of the board to the shareholders, correct?
Correct.
Were you not at all concerned when appointing Airbiz that they do a lot of work for Auckland Airport? Did you not see that as a potential conflict?
Not at all, because I think the inference, Airbus are an international company. They provide reporting and advice globally, and they provide it to multiple airports around New Zealand. So I think that that casts to the heart of, so we have absolutely no doubt that they are not influenced other than their brief, which was to consider Hamilton Airport.
And just on that, so how did you as an airport management team ensure and verify there was no potential conflict appointing Airbus that provides strategic advice to Auckland Airport and the advice you've relied at Hamilton? Did the board take any steps?
The compilation of those reports was at a management level, not at a board level. And I think I've made my comments clear already, Chair, as to the validity of Airbus. I don't think I can answer any further on that line of questioning.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cash.
Thank you, Chair. Few of my questions asked, thank you. Couple left though. I was just interested, listening to the conversation and the answers around the designation and following the media and all sorts. I wasn't around back then. What was the initial thinking to actually apply for the designation? Like, what was the reason?
Well, look, of course, none of us were there when those decisions were made. But I think, simply put, it was about, the designation was thought around land protection. There was not an accompanying business case when the designation was sought and granted.
So the then board management spent $1 million on this designation with no business case. They would just...
I think the point I made about land protection, so the view was this would protect future opportunities. Okay. But right at the time, there wasn't a business case that suggested they should build it then and there. It was about protecting into the future.
All right, thank you. And I just had, listening to your presentation and the marketing that's planned and, the future vision and strategy around the growth of the airport, have there been many conversations around transport, getting to and from the airport? I just heard you say, and I agree, slogging to Auckland Airport, it's not the best experience. So are we having those broader conversations?
Absolutely we are. A good example, the Regional Council tried a trial out to the airport and back. The trial wasn't overly successful for the Regional Council, but we are and we will be re-engaging over, particularly now with Jetstar, and does that provide an opportunity to consider that transport link from the airport to the city and other parts of the region. So look, we engage and remain absolutely open to those opportunities.
Perfect. Attracting, I guess, a lot of regional customers, are there plans to expand the car park for long-term car parking?
Look, yes, we very much, that's in our consideration. We do have a capacity, we don't have a capacity issue with the car park at the moment, but we have levers that we can pull to free up space in our car parking should we need to do so. So we are looking at what we expect to be the profile of the, particularly Jetstar, and the use of the car park. So that's very much in our thinking.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Moko.
Question might be more a question for Sean in terms of this year's dividend. Just confirming that Hamilton City Council's share of the dividend is half of that 500,000.
Yes, I can confirm that being a 50% shareholder means that any dividends payable will attract 50% of that. So yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you.
However, I would, based on your question, I would remind you that that is a decision of the board as to its ability to pay dividends each year. Yep. And we await their advice on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean.
So that's the decision for the next AGM. Right. Okay, I see no further questions. I know we've got Hamilton Waikato Tourism next. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Nicola. Now, colleagues, I will foreshadow that I will move and Councillor Jeff will second a motion that will be put at the end of this just regarding the airport, and it's simply to receive the report, request staff to work with Waikato Regional Airport Limited shareholders to encourage the board to reconsider its decision to release the designation for an extension of the runway. I mean, what we've heard is the airport intends to probably do that anyway. I just think it's a good idea that we formally, but that will be for later. Nicola, we're in your hands.
Tēnā koutou katoa, lovely to be here. Look, thank you for having me again, lovely to see you all. I'm going to go through our presentation for the end of the financial year to 30 June 2024. But before I start that, and then I'll circle into what's happening now for this current financial year. Before I start that, a deep and meaningful thank you to all of you for reinstating our funding through the recent long-term plan. I appreciate that the economic times are challenging for us all, and I really appreciate that that decision was re-examined and turned to some great news for us. But I'll touch on those plans for this current year soon. Amy, if you can start us off with the presentation. I know you've got the presentation in your pack, so I'm going to go through it fairly quickly and just pull out some key points, and then we can focus on the next piece. And we can jump straight to the next slide, please. Thank you. You okay, Mia Paula? So these, you need something. So these bubbles are the key highlights of the data and stats and insights into the financial year ending June. And I appreciate we are October, so we are a little bit late in our presentation to you. Just a timing issue with your meetings and with our availability. The keys data there, and look, the numbers in the visitor spend looks quite different to what you heard through our long-term plan presentations. And that is because MB, bless them, have changed our data set from regional tourism estimate spend to now just electronic card transactions. So it is not accounting for any online purchases, online ticket buying, or any cash, if anyone carries cash, which some of our people still do. So this is only a real portion of our spend. What it does show, though, is that the domestic visitors spent 784 million, which you can see there. That's still 6.9, I think we should call it 7% market share of all domestic spend up and down the country of visitor spend, and it's 3% more than last year, so we're still seeing that growth. International spend there at 121 million, again, international card electronic transactions, not total spend, is up 16% on the previous year. So with that said, our domestic visitation spend still remains an absolute key part of our equation at over 80% of our visitor spend. Commercial guest nights, there we can see 1.3 million guest nights. Now that's hotels, motels, holiday parks. It does not account for any short-term rentals or peer-to-peer rental. So we achieved 52% occupancy, a little bit below the New Zealand average of 55, but consistent with what we typically do produce for a year end. Business events there, we can see 84,000 delegates, 624 business events. So that's not commercial events that are concerts and the like, it is business events. And that's 112,000 delegate days. Now we do have disputes sometimes with our national data gathering people that field days is not included in there, so it's not captured in the business events data. We believe it should be, as I'm sure you all do, but the statisticians have not included it, so we can certainly more than double that. The employment there in the yellow bubble, I've got a slide on that, so I think we'll move through to the next slide. Thank you, Amy. Yes.
We've all read the
yes.
report, so...
And you've got these, haven't you?
Yeah, so you're not going to take us through the full slide?
No, I'm not.
Great.
No,
Okay, thank you.
I'm pulling out bits and pieces. That one
Great.
probably was a bit more. The highlight on this one is that 24 million people reached with our activity. And look, that is the right number of zeros there. We've looked at it a number of times in all the different reports to make sure that is correct. So through all of our activity that's highlighted there for the financial year, look, really proud of our team and the mahi that they've done through that year that was quite distracting as we were vying for our viability ongoing. But the 24 million people reached through our activity is phenomenal and something to be really celebrated. And we'll flip through to the next one, Amy, thank you. Employment numbers, as you can see, this is for the month, so it's really important to just clarify this is not year end, this is a month grab of June data. The number of employees, you can see some up, some down, but overall 41 million paid to people working directly in our sector. Thank you, Amy. These ones, of course, are, the next slide, thanks Amy, are Hamilton specific, and you've all got these so you can see the great news that's coming through there with growth on spend and our occupancy rate of 65%. Again, that's higher than our national average and our regional average. Guest night spend of 1.9 guest nights is really good. It's not quite at the New Zealand national average of 2.1, but it is really strong for our region, for our city. And Hamilton's electronic card transactions are there on the right. Of the domestic spend, you can see there of 367 million. Of that, 30% comes from Auckland visitors, 28% from within the Waikato region visiting the city, and 15% from Bay of Plenty. The rest are scattered from up and down the country. Of the international spend there, which you can see is 64 million, 26% of that was from the US, 20% from Australia. The rest being made up from UK, China, rest of Asia, rest of Europe, Africa and Middle East as we go down the percentage of the spend. So typically Australia is much stronger on a year-end figure. The year-end June did still have some of the FIFA spend in there, which is why America are quite high. So that is still in that data set.
Mr. Max, could we stop the side chat? It's really unhelpful. Thank you.
So in the last and final slide is really only just a holder that gives me an opportunity to talk about the current financial year. So as we've talked, thank you for your ongoing contribution. Positive news, as we've all heard and we know of, the Jetstar announcement, phenomenal, and it gives some really great opportunities for us next year. The billboards that Mark shared with you prior were just a sample. There were many more that were in Australia, and there were cultural products showcased. So there were massive billboards in Brisbane and Sydney, electronically revolving with our images there. So they're a beautiful opportunity and they look fantastic. The hotel movement, great news there with the 2 hotels in Hamilton, 1 in Cambridge announced, and goodness, just yesterday, Waikato Times with the Peach Grove Road build being announced. So there's a lot going on in the hotels, there's a lot to be celebrated. The regional theatre opening next year will be a game changer for our region and for our city, so that's more great news. The Gallagher Visitor Centre at Hamilton Gardens, congratulations to you all, and Sean and your team with the Destination team. It is phenomenal, a world-class entry for a world-class experience. So I think that is amazing. So I think there's a lot to be celebrated moving forward into the next year. And, a lot that our team can grab onto and really help share with our manahuri, both domestically and internationally. The challenges, of course, are, while Hamilton retained your funding to us, our other councils did not do the same. And so we have 3 other councils who reduced by 20%, and 2 councils who have made the decision to withdraw completely. So Waitomo and Otorohanga, despite trying to negotiate half of their contribution for a right-sized service provision, have decided to withdraw completely. So as an overall result, we're 18% down on our funding, and we've had to right-size the organisation to cope with that and re-examine everything that we do, so that's a great opportunity as well. So we've got lots going on. with not quite the same sized resource pool. So we're trying to really make sure that everything we do, which we've always done anyway, we squeeze every single opportunity that we can out of everything. So with that, the Expedia news that you will have seen last week, Waikato was the only New Zealand destination in Unpack 25 research, the only New Zealand destination to have ever appeared in that research. So we had the head of Expedia New Zealand speaking to our industry just yesterday at our symposium. The opportunities through that research are phenomenal. So we'll be gearing up our industry to ensure that they're ready and can really give our visitors an amazing experience so that word of mouth continues. So we've got some really amazing experiences and opportunities ahead. A little bit of how do we do this, but look, I really feel positive that the future is incredibly bright, and I'm hoping some of this positive news will help our other partnering councils to reconsider some of their contributions.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Open it up for questions. Sorry, Mayor Paula.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your report, which is set out really well. I've got a question about bed nights, because I think if I read it right, or was listening carefully enough, the national, the regional was sitting at below what Hamilton is. I'm just trying to find it again. So we're at 63%, and that was 40-something percent.
52.
52, thank you. So we're doing slightly better than the wider region in terms of accommodation, but we're still only on 1.9, and this is not a blame game, 1.9 average nights. What are driving the bed nights that we do have, do you think, and how, apart from the fact that we all acknowledge we need more hotels, how would we lift the number of, what are the major factors from your perspective that would lift those?
I see it as twofold. 1.9 bed nights, average guest nights, is higher than what it used to be, so it is growing. Hamilton City absolutely is often, when I sort the data by district, is often 1, 2 and 3 placed across the country. So lifting that, I see twofold activations there. One is events, be it commercial and B2B or to consumers. Events really are a great activator for us in our city, always has been. And so it's important that we continue with that pipeline and continue to build that pipeline.
Business events like conferences and conventions?
Events, absolutely. Business events, you know, the likes of when we hosted Sevens, phenomenal bed nights. So it's all events. And the other one is continuing with our promotion and messaging of first and last nights in our region. So for international visitors arriving into Auckland, and now soon our own, before they head off to explore the rest of the country, they need to be exploring here. And I think the Expedia piece will actually play into our court with that. And I think we'll see some good pickup if we drive that opportunity well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrew online, and then Councillor Huata.
Thank you, Chair Ewan. How important is Airbnb to supporting tourism in the region?
Absolutely, but it's been pivotal in the last umpteen years. While we've had very, not enough bed nights, it's absolutely been an important part of our proposition. And I think even with the hotel announcements, I think it will continue to be a really important proposition. We're seeing, again, through the Expedia research, people are looking at JOMO holidays. So the joy of missing out, I know it's a new term, the joy of missing out. So it's the opportunities of going somewhere and really disconnecting from normal life, switching the phone off. And so I think some of the Airbnbs really play into that really well. So I think that Airbnbs will continue to be important.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Colleagues, Councillor Huata, please.
O tēnā koe, Nicola. Thank you for your reassurance in terms of the international marketing and for the kupuhau, the new word, JOMO. I'm going to drop that on my tamariki and they're going to, woo. Okay, e toru ngā kuwhata. I have 3 questions, and my first question is in relation to the Hamilton Waikato tourism goal that by 2025, the Hamilton and Waikato region will be recognised by visitors as the home of kingitanga. And we can all see that on page 19 in diligence. How do you propose to do that?
Look, that is a challenge. You're absolutely right. It's, you know, not our story to tell. It is Kingitanga and Tainui's story to tell. So it's encouragement and continuing to support Tainui and Hapu and Iwi to tell their stories. So we need to be continuing to help guide that. So we do work really closely with the likes of Te Ahure, Māori Tourism, Tainui Waka Tourism, Te Punawai, the list goes on. But it is around enabling and encouraging those stories to be told in the correct and meaningful manner, not our story to tell per se.
Kia pai mai hoki, you're dropping all those names I wanted to hear. And a question that relates to that one as well, other than events like Matariki, what other significant cultural events do you hope to bring to the city and promote? And why I say it relates to the previous question is we have our annual regatta at Tūranga Waiwai.
Correct.
It's been going since 1895. We have our Koroneihana, our annual coronation,
Yes.
with our new queen.
With new queen,
which is
she's
open
beautiful.
to everybody.
Yes, correct. And there's been such a lot of visitors to both of those events and the Kingi's Tangi. So we've worked alongside, but we haven't probably ingrained enough in there. And part of that is it an event that wants to be and needs to be broadly broadcast? I'm not sure, but it's conversations we can continue to have.
Excellent. And there's also Rangiriri Pa as well, which
Absolutely.
we'll know lots about. And my final question is, who advises you in the use of Te Reo Māori and how you use it and where you use it? It's been lovely to see our distinct dialect reflected. So, for instance, Manuhiri, Ngāti Wharau, Manuwhiri, Waikato.
Look, we are on a journey, and it's a learning journey. We have had Te Reo lessons in our building for our team from the Adult Learning Centre at Fraser High School. And it is a journey we are learning. So absolutely welcome your correction on that for us.
Cool.
Thank you.
It's about when you hire someone to do your marketing that you've also got someone alongside them that can give you that professional guidance. So I know.
Thank you.
Tino pai koutou mo te whai te reo. Awesome that your team is doing the reo. That's something that we should all, do. But I'm more about the professional side of what's included in everything that goes out into the public.
Look, thank you. We really welcome advice.
Ka pai.
Always willing to learn and embrace.
Kia ora, Nicola.
I don't have any other questions. Thanks, Nicola. I appreciate all your good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, if you, we have turned the temperature back up, so if you're freezing, you are going to be warmed up. We like to do this. We chill you, we heat you, we chill you, we heat you. If you turn to page 16, if you could, which is simply we received the report from the Waikato Regional Airport and Hamilton Waikato Tourism, with the addition of the motion, if we could just put that up, which simply says we encourage staff to talk to the shareholders, to talk to the airport about the designation. Now, the airport company has sort of indicated they're doing that. I know the Mayor is also working hard with her mayoral colleagues, but it's just important that Council has a formal position. So I've moved, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any questions? I see, or are you just happy to go to debate? All right. So as mover, I will start. I think this motion is just important that we send a message as a shareholder that we encourage staff to work with others for them to reconsider the designation question. I was a little disappointed to hear today that despite very small dividends over the last couple of years, that management have been paying bonuses and performance bonuses. I wasn't aware of that. Nor was I aware that the board at the airport has chosen to create, either in the past, but have formalised new corporate entities and appointed board members and have appointed themselves, in most cases, and have now attracted new board director fees. And we as a shareholder have had no involvement in that. I think that's frustrating. I am concerned about the tone of the letter sent to Wellington and that it has offended a senior minister of government, but I know Mayor Paula is working on trying to repair that relationship. And although I celebrate Jetstar's arrival, gosh, I celebrate them, it wasn't unexpected. We had been saying for some time that this airport had to be ready for the inevitable return of international services, and it's so disappointing that the airport company has focused on, in my opinion, property development, and that when Jetstar did approach us 2 years ago, we've had to tell them to wait a year so that we could be ready for them. I am pleased that we're going to have an opportunity to rediscuss the designation. I was there at the AGM in 2022 when the airport announced their decision, and I didn't hear one comment that there was going to be a review. But I'm now delighted that they were always planning a review of the designation, and that's going to happen. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a few comments in general. You're right that we have the mayors who represent the shareholders certainly embracing a conversation with the government about their positive interest in our airport and how we can work together to get the best out of our airport, but also the whole southwest of Hamilton, the future-proof area that we're working on. So we think there's a lot of possibility of getting this back on track as a conversation that is in the spirit of partnership. Just want to say thank you to the airport company and on record in the debate around their success with Jetstar. Also really pleased to see in their report that the good balance between aviation activities and commercial activities meant that we were able to weather some pretty hard times in aviation quite well. And if we had put all our eggs in one basket, we may have suffered more, as many other large aviation companies around the world have done post-COVID. Really excited about thinking outside of the box with things like helicopter services. They are a form of aviation. They go in the air. And I think it's really kind of cool that we could create niche opportunities around that. The taxiway that we've set aside is really very good, and interested in the freight logistics around the whole southwest of Hamilton, including the one that is indicated on the airport plan. Now, I'm aware that Council gets regular reports on the airport. It gets notice of meetings that we have with the board, and that's our conduit for input. So I'm going to support this motion because it's a conduit to say, yes, you're on the right track, Raul. We encourage you to continue thinking broadly about the aviation opportunities in the airport, as well as continuing a solid commercial offer. So that's my commentary.
Thank you very much. I'm going online to Councillor Emma. Councillor Emma, can you hear us? Okie dokie. She may have just stepped away momentarily. So, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be supporting this motion. I see no harm at all in this council signalling its support for the decision, to review the decision. In fact, I think it's important to do so. I mean, because I think when I first heard about the board's intention to let that designation lapse back in 2022, I had this feeling about there was just no ability for this council to have influence over that. Look, I think we can be justifiably really positive and proud about how the airport's performing and the future ahead of it. So this is not being negative. In fact, it's the opposite. It's about ambition. The flights to Aussie are just a fantastic development, and I think this highlights that our airport actually has the ability to do international travel, and I think possibly something that the region as a whole has backed off a little bit in the last decade. I think there's been a tendency in recent years to view our airport as a regional airport staying in its lane, and I think that has actually been encouraged by shareholders probably over the last few years because of past issues going way back. And of course the board has been able to focus on property development because it's fortunate enough to have a huge swathe of land surrounding it. And there's no doubt that it's done that well, and the airport's financial situation has been healthy as a result of that. But we also need to be careful that this doesn't come at the cost of being ambitious in terms of aeronautical ambitions, because that is the airport's principal role. And I'm seeing really encouraging signs from the board on that. So I urge them to carefully review the decision to let that designation lapse. Property development around the airport is terrific, but let's not limit our ambition to that alone. Because the economic potential for the city and the region from that is dwarfed in comparison to the opportunities that may one day come our way as a result, of a longer runway and the opportunities already opened up with Australia and Asia. Thanks.
Councillor Andrew Bidder.
Thank you, Chair. Your Honour. The world is changing. The BRICS nations are shifting away from a United States focus. Air freight destinations and passenger origins could change radically. This designation is pivotal. We need to keep it. There is another air issue. We have heard that Airbnb is pivotal to the region. I'm concerned that bureaucratic compliance and outright interference by both government and council is impacting on the viability of Airbnb for small mum and dad operators. This is a big mistake. I implore council staff to consider the bigger picture rather than their own egos as per recent incidents. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Whose egos? Okay, yeah, thank you. Look, I'm comfortable to support the motion. However, I don't think it's council's role to manage the board. That's not the way that we set CCOs up. But I agree that staff are probably already talking to the board around this issue anyway. I also hold a different view in that I really supported the board's letter to correct information, and I think actually in this day and age we need more organisations and individuals to step up and correct information that is not right. So I thank the board for doing that and taking a swift response. As a shareholder council, we're really fortunate to be served by a very highly skilled, committed and very professional board at Hamilton Airport, and I want to acknowledge that publicly here today. I'm very grateful for the hard work and dedication to the long-term strategy. It has been some years now since I have watched that strategy evolve, and I'm excited for the future of not just Hamilton city residents, but also, of course, the wider region. We are in very, very good hands, and of course, the immediate success of the first international flight in over a decade. Personally, it was hard for me being committed to a non-disclosure for many months on that exciting news, like many others that were involved. So I celebrated, although not at 6 a.m. like Mayor Southgate did on the day the announcement was made. I think I was super ready and first up on social media to finally let the cat out of the bag. The feedback that I've received from Hamilton residents, quite rightly, and indeed from Kiwis living in Queensland, is one of excitement, because it will be a way to connect family and whānau and friends and across the Tasman, and that's something we should all be celebrating. So my deep thank you to the board.
Councillor Cash.
Thank you. I was pleased to hear that the airport management are open to looking at transport options, taking a coordinated regional approach to ease the access to the airport. And I think it's just so important that we're all coordinated, because if you look at what we're doing as a city council and the investment that we're making into our growth areas, into our visitor destinations, the gardens and the zoo. We look at the med school coming into our city. There's just so much happening, not right now, but over the long term, that we really need our airport to be well supported to enable the ease of people movement. So I'm excited for the international visitors arriving, but I'm also keen to ensure that we work together, whether it is the designation, whether it is the long-term car park, whether it's the transport to and from, but we really need to ensure that the airport has the support and the strength it needs to meet those future demands. Thank you.
Right. I know Emma she's desperately trying to, her internet dropped out. Councillor Emma, are you back with us? No? Okay, no other questions? All right. Just quickly, my right of reply. First of all, I'd like to send a very clear message to my colleagues, because there seems to be some confusion if this isn't the place to challenge our CCOs, because in fact our very terms of reference remind us we need to provide clear direction to council CCOs, including feedback on draft statements. It also says including on the board's performance. So there is no doubt that this is the very place we're supposed to hold our CCO to account. And this is what we're doing, and it is best practice. Can I remind, in my opinion, the Northern Precinct development is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It will derive economic benefit and our equity in the airport will increase, but it will be minuscule compared to the long-term economic benefit of a runway out to nearly 3,000 metres and all the business that will flow. And we know that there are a number of interested parties with land holdings around that airport that have long-term vision. We are the only airport in the country that has a rail link running right next to the airport. We are benefited with 2 highways that run right next to our airport. Not to see the long-term vision is, in my view, nonsensical. The designation is essential for New Zealand Inc., for the region of Waikato and for Hamilton. And for this shareholder not to raise our concern would be a failure of duty, in my view. I will also repeat that this committee for years has been saying to the airport, be ready for international airline. When we get the knock on the door 2 years ago, we weren't. The financial performance of the airport this current year, which hasn't been great, we understand why, would have been much better if international flights had started earlier. Right. Motion's up. All those in favour, I think we can do this on the hands. All those in favour say aye. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Excellent. We'll break for morning tea. Back in 10 minutes. Underway. I think it will be a busy day, quite a long day. Now, we are now going to start public forum. Wuramu, welcome to the chamber. Five minutes, and the floor is yours.
E te kaunihira tēnā koutou, ki roto te kaupapa o te atalei. E mihi kau ana ki ngā member, ngā pauwhakahaere, me ngā kaibahi. Ewan, I was just going to see if we could get Hayden on. Oh, there he is.
Yep, there he is.
So basically, we're here and also in support of Dr. Hans Dieter Bader and his recent investigation of Apoia Pa. And I'm sure the council will be very interested in how the type of methodology that he adopted in terms of mapping out the old Pa site. But also, I'd like to look at using a similar process with mapping Kirikiri Roa Pa, because we don't actually have any idea what that old Pa looked like underground. So we're working at the moment, I'm working with a number of community groups to pull the funding together to do that. And also we want to develop 3D technology and artificial technology so people can get a virtual reality image of what the two sites look like, be Kirikiri Roa e Apoia. But without further ado, Hayden and I worked very closely together on this particular site regarding Apoia Pa and in relation to our treaty claim. Hayden, kia koe, e tukuna te rākau kia koe, tēnei wā.
Te maria kia tātou katoa, a pai marere kia tātou. O Ngāti Wairere, our Y claim 2067, our iwi specific claim for Ngāti Wairere. This falls within the jurisdiction for our claim in regards to our concerns about the sale of Sonning Park back in 1992. So just to give a quick context, in 1989, Tainui Māori Trust Board and Land Corp and Coal Corp were in the appeal court, and Tainui Māori Trust Board won the case, at which point the appeal court gave specific instructions to the Crown to list all Crown-owned properties to be subject to treaty negotiations. That was in 1989, and then in 1992, Land Corp, we understand, sold a large parcel of land, which included Sonning Car Park, or as we refer to it as Apoia Pa, to Hamilton City Council. It's at that point for Ngāti Wairere, we've always maintained that being a breach of good faith in treaty negotiations at that time, and it was also a breach of our treaty rights for our iwi-specific claim today in 2024. So I'll leave it there for now. Just wanted to give that context in terms of our treaty negotiation concerns for Sonning Car Park or Apoia Pa. Kia ora mai tātou.
Thanks, Hayden. You'll stay online, though, just because I think there may be some questions.
Yes.
Excellent. Sorry, Wuramu, did you have anything?
Well, I understand that the value, the current rateable value is nearly $3 million now, just in terms of the site itself. The rateable value of the land, I was just wanted to ask the question, what is this current rateable value?
I don't have that at hand, but Nicholas will try to address that in his... Yeah. Hayden, just a quick question from me. What are the time frames for the treaty claim?
So at this stage, a great question. We are in direct negotiations with the Crown and specifically for Ngāti Wairere, and we're also in negotiations with Waikato Tainui regarding our iwi specific claim as well. So at this stage, our aspiration obviously is to reach settlement as soon as possible. As to where the government's timeline is, that's the $64,000 question at this stage.
Okay, noting that the claim is with the government, not HCC, how do you sort of expect the claim process to play out?
Without going into any breach of confidentiality in our negotiations with the Crown, we are in negotiations. We've tabled this issue directly with the Crown regarding Opoia Pa, especially with the recent media coverage, and to keep our whānau updated, more importantly. So to answer your question there, we've raised it as a direct breach of the good faith negotiations that was held at that time, and also a breach of the direction that was given by the appeal court to the Crown regarding the land being sold by Landcorp. And so at this stage would be great for Hamilton City Council, the Crown and Ngāti Wairere to sit down at the table to progress that discussion further.
Right. Okay. Obviously, that would be... Sorry, did you say the council would be part of that? Because we're not part of the claim, obviously.
Oh, I understand inherently what you're saying, but in terms of the transaction between the Crown and Landcorp and to Hamilton City Council in 1992, it would be good to have those discussions together rather than separately or indirectly.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now, colleagues, we don't have much time left, and I know staff are about to take us through a more in-depth component as part of item 10, but I am happy if anybody's got one question to either Wuramu or Hayden online. No? Okay. Well, look, thank you. I appreciate hearing from both of you, and thank you for your information and your insight. Cheers. Thank you. Colleagues, we now move on to item 10, and Nicholas, thank you. We're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just invite Dr. Hans-Dieter Bader to join me at the table. He, of course, is the archaeologist responsible for carrying out the ground penetrating radar and geomagnetic investigation of the Opoia Pa site and the adjoining Jesmond Park site. Just before I move to that matter, there are three matters in the open section of this, in this report. The substantive one, of course, is Opoia Pa, but before I move on to that, perhaps quickly I could just close off the MEF Quarterly 1 financial results. The thing to note here is that there has been a decrease in overall value of the property assets of the Municipal Endowment Fund, resulting from the annual revaluation of those assets. So effectively they've been reduced in value by 1.83 million. This is an annual occurrence. Every year we get these revalued. Good years they go up, bad years they go down. There's nothing particularly unusual in this devaluation. It's largely due to one specific property where a long-term lease has expired and the tenants are now for specific reasons on a month-to-month, and that property value has significantly reduced. Otherwise, most of the reductions are around the sort of 0.1 to 3% mark, so pretty much what you would expect. But happy to quickly answer any questions you might have on that aspect.
Was that a question on this? Excellent. All right, so Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Nicholas, and thank you, Dr. Bader, for the report. I didn't understand much of it. I'm not a geotech whiz like yourself. I was just wondering, but I'm very interested in what you found. I was just wondering if you could explain. Are we not there?
No.
Where are we?
Well, we were just talking about the MEF.
Oh, we're just
part.
on Nicholas.
Yeah. Okay.
Nicholas, I have no questions for you. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
colleagues, no problem. Councillor Maxine.
I did have just one question with regard to the frequency of the valuations and therefore being able to see the volatility that happens over that. I know for our own homes that's done on a 3-year basis, and wonder if you could talk me through the, I guess, the strategy of doing it annually.
Yes. Look, that's a very good question. So we do it annually because we're legally required to. It's an audit requirement for investment properties of this category. It's very much point-in-time stuff. You'll be aware that we have a council policy around sale of land that requires, for example, that no valuation is older than 3 months, and that takes into account the likely changes in the value of property in that period. So it's a something of a point-in-time benchmark. We do it annually because we're required to. It is an expensive exercise, and the annual revaluation of these properties generally is around the $25,000 mark for that piece of work. So I wouldn't be wanting to do it any more regularly than was strictly necessary.
Grief, no. And so there is, we're required to do that valuation by law, or because council policy says that?
No, I think Blair will correct me, but I believe it's an audit requirement.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Do we ask questions around bridge now or later? Sorry.
Later.
Later. Okay.
Yes.
I read Nicholas. I was about to say absolutely, but I just read Nicholas's lips. He's going to cover that.
Yes. So, no further questions on the MEF component. Let's move on to Apoya Pa. So there are 3 bits that we need to traverse today. The first, obviously, is the archaeological survey that Dr. Bader has carried out and what that means. The second is around the Waitangi Tribunal matters. And then the third is what do we do about it all? And I think the Chair is going to bring up a motion that deals with that, but we'll talk to that in due course. So Dr. Bader was commissioned to carry out a ground-penetrating radar survey of the Sonning car park, the Apoya Pa car park, and the adjoining Jesmond car park, Jesmond Park site. And the intention was to identify what, if any, remaining archaeological features existed on these, frankly, heavily modified sites, and to determine, firstly, what they were and where they were. And he has done that using techniques that he will describe, but in layman's terms, Amy, are you able to bring up the diagram 3, please, the attachment 3? In layman's terms, what has been found is a series of features running broadly parallel with both the river and River Road. That's it. Broadly parallel with the river and River Road, and broadly occupying the half of the site closest to the riverbank. And these features in red are what would originally have been some kind of defensive structures. The features shown in green are what are likely to have been boundary marking features. And interestingly, the blue dotted feature is the top of a gully that was obviously subsequently filled in. And none of this would be particularly surprising. If you look at the overall aerial, you can see that obviously the Gersman Parr site continues on into that area. This would have been the high point on the site. There's been a sort of a cut and fill methodology adopted probably in the late 1880s when bridge works were carried out, whereby earthen ramparts, the tops were taken off, and the fill, the material used to fill the ditches, which then creates a level site. And a lot of spoil would have gone into the gully there just to again create a level site. So that's a simple representation of the archaeological findings, but I'll hand over to Dr. Bader now, who can talk through perhaps in a little more detail what that means.
Okay, so the method that I have been using was geomagnetic methods with a flux gate gradiometer and ground penetrating radar with 2 antennas. Now, to make it really simple, if you have been at some time watching the TV series Time Team from the UK, you will be well aware that these are very commonly used methods overseas. Not so much here in New Zealand, but it's not rocket science. It's something that is regularly used overseas. And the overprinting using 2 different techniques allows essentially having 2 different view angles onto the same sort of layering of the ground underneath. The difficulties in this car park is that you have to imagine that these are layers of different working of the ground. So today is a car park and all the furniture, all the drainage that relates to the car park. Then the mid-20th century housing that was there were houses, and so all their water supplies, drains and so forth still sit in the ground. And then the 1880s flattening of the area as part of the first bridge going over, and then the Parr site. So what I've tried to do is looking at all the data, taking the 2 different bits together, and then essentially eliminate everything that goes with the car park, eliminate everything that goes with these mid-20th century houses, and see then what has been sort of filled, it's just pure fill and cut from the 1880s works. And whatever is then left at the end has to be logically part of the Parr site. And again, what we found seems to be quite consistent, because if we think in the 1880s, the filling or the flattening of the area, that would not have been done with a bulldozer or with a digger. That would have been essentially done with hand shovels. And therefore, you're not moving a huge amount of dirt around if you don't have to, which means if you have a ditch and a bank as a defensive measure, and there is a Parr site not too far away on the side of the river, that you can actually see how large these banks were and how deep the ditches were originally. So it's quite logic to sort of thinking, okay, the only thing that has happened is taking the bank off, put it into the ditch, and if there was a terrace inside the Parr that was sticking up, which we probably had, which we can see as a cut feature, but it's also in the very early map, the first European map of the area. That's where they put their control survey point, which was obviously the highest point in the area, so they get the good view to everywhere. So when we take all that together, so what comes out is that the surface that we're seeing today is just covering the deeper lying areas of the path site. Might be the ditch, might be areas that are terraced lower down, all the high points, the banks, and there must have been the Tihi, the high point where the survey mark, the European survey mark was put on, all that has been truncated and cut away. So we have a mixture between fill and trunk, and under the fill, the archaeological structure and probably the finds and features should be still intact there. The separation between what is a defensive backfill ditch and what might be a ditch from a field boundary is done on the size. In the ground penetrating radar, we can essentially see the size of the cut that has been backfilled. And obviously the big one is the defensive and the smaller ones are more the field boundaries, but it's also been informed by the oral traditions, and thankfully we have been made freely available all the oral traditions that relate to that site, and so that together with the profiles and the ground penetrating radar gave a consistent picture. So at this point in time, what we can see is consistent with the development of the site after it was a path site until today to the car park. It is consistent with the oral tradition, and it's essentially consistent with common sense. What it means is that we have probably, that's only be a guesstimate, but probably about 50% of the actual path site, sort of inside these two raid lines, still in somewhat reasonable condition that could be sort of explored using archaeological means, and probably about 50% truncated and removed and can't be further investigated. And yeah, that's essentially the basis that you good people have to make some decisions on.
So thank you for that. I'm going to open it up for questions. Colleagues, Amy has or will be circulating a resolution which we're going to try to use as a mechanism. So keep that in mind. I don't have a seconder as yet, so wonderful. If Councillor Huata is happy to second, then that would be it. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I think I understood most of what you said. You found some things, they're important things. So my question is, and partly on possibly what Nicholas said, but I'm sure Dr. Bader, you'll be able to answer it as well. What I'm hearing is that broadly half of the site, over half of the site, you have found through this process some, I don't know what to call it, because there's not artifacts spread over half of the site, but things, I'm going to be, because I'm way out of my... Changes to the landscape, yeah. and possible artifacts. Is half of a site having gone through this process, is that significant?
Yes, it is, and the word that you're searching for is archaeological features.
Archaeological features, thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you for helping me.
And archaeological features are important because they are sort of the basis. Through archaeological research can contribute to the knowledge of the history of New Zealand, and therefore that's why we have a heritage legislation, and that we have a separate process if we want to destroy or investigate archaeological features, then we need an authority from the Heritage New Zealand to do that, because all archaeological sites are a priori protected through the legislation.
And so does your report and your investigation mean that this is now an ecological site, or is there a process?
It always was recognized as an archaeological site.
The whole area?
Yeah, the whole area. What the current investigation has been doing, it has sort of like focused which part of the area is probably of a higher value compared to other parts of the site in terms of archaeology. But it also, the question has always hung over how much of the archaeological site is actually still left intact or in a reasonable condition so it can be investigated. And again, the geophysical survey has a strong indication that there is probably about 50% of the site still in a condition that can be investigated. And that's sort of what we did not know before.
And final question, thank you, Chair. What would then, because the coverage of 50% is significant, what would the likelihood that any construction on the site would be disrupted by archaeological feature findings? What's the risk there?
Oh, God. Okay. I think that within the car park, archaeological features could be essentially lingering pretty much anywhere, even in the gully, because even if there was something going down, like gardens going down the gully, and it would be just backfilled, then the gardening soil or fences that run between the gardens, they would be probably still there as archaeological features. But in terms of, let's say, features that are significant because they give us more, they could give us more information, is then within the more sort of the red zone, when we come into the area that has been settled, where the PAR was built, where fire, cooking platforms, all these type of things are in there. So you look at it in a difference in terms of significance, how much these archaeological features can contribute to our knowledge, and therefore how significant it is to protect them than compared to others. But as a result of where we're standing is that there is a chance of encountering archaeological features essentially anywhere. But I also know from experience that the Heritage New Zealand, they sort of have a bit of a threshold how they look at giving an authority, and getting an authority to destroy a PAR site is a very, very high bar. And there is only one recent example in Penmure, Mokoia PAR, and together with Mana Whenua, that decision was made to destroy part of that PAR site because of the bus lane. Sort of the development of the bus bridge over at Penmure was just deemed too significant for the development of Auckland. But gardens, essentially, and authorities to destroy gardens are given practically every other day, especially around Hamilton. I mean, you have huge horticultural, Maori horticultural areas. All the motorways go through them. So that's a different thing. So you see the difference, sort of like the closer you're getting into these red areas, the higher the bar for everyone to look at it, the further away, the lower the bar, and the less significance the features. There still might be there, but easier to deal with.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that answer. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Anna?
Just a question following on from Deputy Mayor. In terms of the timeframes for that heritage assessment and decision making, I guess, what kind of timeframes are involved in that?
Essentially, sort of, if you would apply for an authority to modify or destroy an archaeological site, once the assessment is formulated, Mana Whenua consultation has been completed, then it takes about 5, 20 and 15 working days, essentially 2 months, 3 months.
Thank you.
There are no further questions, so thank you, Doctor and Nicholas, on that matter. Nicholas, is it your intention that we keep going, or do you want to resolve the motion now on that aspect? What do you recommend?
Well, perhaps if we bring the motion up, people can see what it is. I can just briefly explain why we're proposing this at this time. So, Amy, can we have the motion up? So the motion effectively now is suggesting that we pause any further consideration of the future use and development of the Poiapa car park site until the outcome of Ngāti Wairere's claim to the Waitangi Tribunal is known. There are a couple of reasons for this. The first is that this has always been regarded as a very valuable development site and has been regarded as such for many, many years. As a result of Dr. Bader's work, we now know more about the site than we did before, and it's probably fair to say that, given what we now know, full development of the site is unlikely to be a palatable option. That does not preclude development on parts of the site that are not captured by this report, given that the area adjoining the road and the L-shaped portion, if you like, adjoining the residential properties, could still potentially be developed. That's the first thing. The second thing is this is a valuable piece of land, and I think it's important that we preserve that value intact in the absence of a decision from the Waitangi Tribunal, which might mean that the government looks to purchase the site from us. Now, if we make decisions in the interim that devalue the value of the site, then obviously the ratepayer is worse off than they would otherwise have been had that decision not been made. So I think it's premature, effectively, to make decisions that affect value of site until such time as we know exactly what we're dealing with as a result of Waitangi Tribunal's decisions. I should point out, I think you all know, but the Waitangi Tribunal is a body that was established to address errors and omissions on the Crown's part, and it is not they do not make binding decisions. They make recommendations to the government that the government then can choose to accept or not accept. What they can't do is compel the council to sell that land to the government. But what I could see happening here is a scenario where potentially the tribunal rules in Ngāti Wairere's favour, the government is required to make some redress, and they could potentially seek to purchase the land with our approval from us, in which case obviously maintaining value is important. So I think, long-winded explanation, I apologise for that, but I think the gist of this is let's not put the cart before the horse, let's keep all our options open and let's keep all our cards in play for as long as we possibly can.
Excellent. So, Councillor Maxine?
Thank you. And possibly should have asked this earlier, but with regard to the addition of the survey of Jensen Park, what might is it? Jesmond Park. Yes. There was a suggestion that we would be more likely to find archaeological sites there. Does it bear that out, or is that not something that is any longer of interest?
Yeah, no, there's definitely sort of still something there. The problem with that site at Jesmond Park is that there is a lot of infrastructure over the years that has gone through. Some of them still active, some of them abandoned. So a few more pipes that I didn't know were there. But the lower part where there was originally a canoe landing place has been filled in, and directly overlooking the canoe landing place there's an area that has been miraculously untouched by any pipework, and it looks like there are still features in that could potentially being archaeological and relating to the Parr site.
Okay, thank you.
You can go, Councillor Max. It's a little out of scope because it's not material to the particular item that's in front of us. So I'm glad you gave the answer, Doctor, but let's stay focused on what this is in front of us, because this is, yeah. Max, you have another question? No, that was it. Councillor Hart?
I appreciate you may not be able to answer this, but I'll ask it anyway. If the Crown did receive a recommendation for redress, and that would involve us selling the land to the Crown, who would then pass it on?
That would only be the case if we agreed to do it. So there's no compulsion here.
I guess I'm just wanting clarity on, it wouldn't get stuck in limbo with the Crown holding it. It would be as the land as a journey would go straight through to Ngāti Wairere?
That would need to be worked through as a result of whatever recommendation the tribunal made. Okay. So effectively, let's be clear, the tribunal's recommendations are recommendations, yep. They're not binding decisions. They're recommendations that the Crown can then choose to accept or decline. How the Crown makes redress will be for them to discuss with Ngāti Wairere directly, if they are found wanting. The council, to put this bluntly, is in the clear in this respect. We purchased the land in good faith. We're not captured by the provisions of the Waitangi Tribunal, and also the land under the terms of the tribunal's own definition is private land, and they do not have the ability to direct the council to sell or the government to buy private land. So what I'm saying in brief is they will make a decision, we will respond to that appropriately at the time, but what we don't want to do is make decisions now that put us in a worse off position than we would be if we hadn't made those decisions.
And do you think it possible that it would include Jesmond Park, or?
Not sure, to be perfectly honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So we've got a motion in front of us, moved by myself and Councillor Huata. I will, no further questions. I'll start the debate as the mover. Look, I think the motion is a pragmatic response showing respect to Ngāti Wairere, who have advised us of our claim. And although Hamilton City Council isn't bound by that process, we are showing respect by saying, look, we still believe that this is a valuable asset, but we will stop until there is an outcome from the tribunal. As we've heard, that outcome will be between the claimant and the Crown, and we will position ourselves to respond to an opportunity. But meanwhile, my view is this is clearly a critical asset of council. We want to maintain its value because it's in our best interest, because if the Crown was to think that the way of solving a claim issue was to purchase the land from us, then we want to maximise the value on behalf of the Hamilton ratepayers. So it's pragmatic, it's appropriate, and so that's why I've put it forward. Councillor Huata, as seconder. No? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Very happy to support the motion on the table. I have heard strongly today and agree with the comments around the value of the land that the Chair has spoken of. But also I remind the committee that back in September 2023, that Councillor Casey Cox and myself put forward an amendment that went through 8.7 or 8.6 to halt putting forward an option moved by the Chair that was to run engagement with mana whenua alongside of continuing the process for staff to develop this land. And in my humble opinion, Councillor Anna Casey Cox and myself put forward a strong argument that only just won the majority. So I won't joyfully say I told you so, but I kind of do a little bit, because all of the information that we've had over many, many years indicated to me that this site was significant for many reasons, certainly for mana whenua. So I am very delighted to have received the report today, and I am very comfortable with the amendment that we put through back in September 2023 that safely got us to this point. Because I think, as one of the questions that I asked Dr. Bader was, is broadly half of the site being affected? Is that significant? And his answer was a very firm yes. So I'm very comfortable with that amendment, Councillor Anna Casey Cox, wherever you are. High five. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Muku.
Ora tātou. I think the decision to pause is entirely the right decision. What we would have been potentially handing over to any developer, should that decision have come onto the table, as potentially some unhidden ramifications that would lead to a whole process which will be controlled largely by Heritage New Zealand, and those are costs that any developer should know about before potentially doing anything there. And so this information presented today is very useful, because that allows us then to keep on the table the opportunity to negotiate in good faith with all the information available. I think I personally still have the view that there is an opportunity there, as we discussed with Ngāti Wairere last year and earlier this year. And I'm looking forward to us getting back around the table to continue those discussions around how we might be able to continue to find some mutual ground around what any type of development in that vicinity looks like. I do note the commentary in the reports around Jesmond Park as a likely waka landing site. I look forward to the designs of a waka apartment development that's informed by mana whenua and puts Kirikiriroa Hamilton on the map for its architectural design informed by mana whenua. And so I think we are not entirely lost on this. I think we just need to get back around the table, as my good colleague Ange and Anna Casey-Cox. You know, I remember their conversation last year. Was a very tense one, and now we don't need to have that sort of tension around the table. I think we can talk quite frankly. The iwi have already expressed that they're not going to remove themselves from having those discussions either. Kia ora.
Colleagues, I don't have any other speakers. Just a quick right of reply. I think the process we have followed has been absolutely appropriate, and the Deputy Mayor can take her moment in the sun because she did advocate for it. But I also think that this council can hold its head up high by saying we did engage. In fact, we engaged so much we agreed to fund the good doctor in the room, and we're all better for it, but it is in our very best interest to maximise council's financial position while the two appropriate parties, the Crown and the claimant, work through their process. And so this is what we achieve. I have a feeling we can do this on hand. So all of those in favour say aye. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Now, colleagues, I just want to, I've taken, and it's an apology, I think, to Councillor Anna Casey-Cox, because I took at the end the item on the Westpac Bank concerning the Bridge Hamilton City Council Westpac as sort of read, but I recall you actually, maybe it was you had a question on that. So with the leave of the council, can I give Anna the opportunity to ask the question that you wanted to ask?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question around. I guess I just wanted to be clear on what Bridge Housing Trust is effectively achieving through this arrangement, and I guess it is that we are enabling their access to cheaper finance. So yeah, just sort of the quantum of how much basically they are being supported.
Yes, so our loan to them is a little over 10 million, and they're getting loan funding from Westpac as well.
Yeah.
That fills the gap that was left by the departure of the government's contribution there. And what we're getting for that is 42 units, new build, affordable housing into the market. It's interesting, and look, we're very close to finalising our arrangements with Westpac and with a Bridge. We haven't quite got past the security arrangements yet, and we're working through that detail now, because that is obviously very important in terms of MEF funding. In fact, the two critical things are don't lose it and ensure that it's available in perpetuity. So
yeah,
we're working
that's
through
sort
that.
of my question, but
Sorry, I'm just going to say one thing further. It is interesting. I had a fascinating conversation with Jen Palmer the other day about this and our progress on it and all the rest. And I don't think she'll mind me saying that she said effectively, I can see why no one does affordable housing. It's just so hard. And that was the gist of it.
yeah, because I guess my question is, effectively we're providing them a cheaper loan that they might otherwise get from a bank, for example. So we're saving them that difference. That's a huge contribution, isn't it?
Yeah, so all the parties involved, the professionals who are providing architectural, engineering, design services, funders such as ourselves and Westpac, it should be added, the parties who are managing and organising the build, all of these people are doing these, providing this at a subsidised rate in order that margin can then be passed on through the affordable housing development.
Yeah. And just lastly, so it's a 2-year loan to Bridge, correct? So when they pay that back, effectively there's no reason, all things considered equally, and things haven't changed too much, that we couldn't again consider an affordable housing project as part of the MEF?
I would suggest that every project is assessed on its merits at the time.
Yep, thank you.
I just wanted you to have that opportunity. So that actually brings item 10 to a close. Mayor Paula had asked for a break around about 12:30. Yeah, and so I was thinking we would stop now to enable the Mayor to meet with her obligations. And then when we come back, we will go into item 8 and 9. We are making progress. We have some meaty items still in PX of significant commercial importance. So an early lunch. Staff, are you happy with the return at 1 o'clock? Colleagues, are you happy with 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock it is. Thank you. We're on item 8, the General Manager's report. Blair, we're in your hands.
Very happy to take it as read and just invite any questions.
Excellent. So, colleagues, I'm sure you've all read item 8 on page 95. We've taken it as read. Are there any questions of the General Manager? I don't have, I know Angela is, item 8, we've got no one online, do we? Andrew? No. Okay, so it doesn't look like there are any questions. I'll move to simply receive the report, seconded by Councillor Tim. We'll do it on hands. All those favour say aye. Those against it, the ayes. Sorry.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Moving on to item 9, which is the Mike and Tiki. So let's call down Tiki first. Now, everybody, we all celebrate the fact that Tiki is one of the most capable and informative and fun presenter. Can I also highlight today is her birthday? So I just want to say a very happy birthday on behalf of the Economic Development Committee. I'm sure you're turning 21.
I know. I told Mike if it happened to come up, I would 100% blame him. So he's in a lot of trouble when we get back.
Anyway.
Kia ora koutou, lovely to see you. Sorry I wasn't able to come last time. Obviously our headline act in the last quarter has been the cuts to the OCR. The Reserve Bank moved earlier than anyone picked and a year earlier than what they said they would. Obviously bringing a lot of excitement to across the board, to households and to businesses as well. And we've had another 0.5 cut since then. On the table at the moment for the November meeting, there is a debate about whether it'll be another 0.5 or another 0.75, so a bigger cut. The one, I know it is really exciting, but I would just say that this takes time to move through the economy. It's not an instant change. It's making people feel good, and there's a lot more optimism out there, and people will start acting more optimistic. But it isn't an instant change to the economy. The rest of the year is still predicted to be really slow, and into next year is also expected to be really quiet. If you think about individual households, a really large chunk of mortgages are on 1-year fixed rates. They will start coming off in the next 3 to 6 months. You'll start seeing more of them happen. And for some households, that's $300 or $400 more a month in their pocket, which is great. It will encourage spending. On the other side, we've just had a cost of living crisis, and incomes have not yet caught up to the amount of inflation that we've seen. So there are a lot of dampening effects as well as reasons to be optimistic. And on that front, our consenting, within that report, there was a little bit of stuff around consenting and how it is particularly low at the moment and how we are expecting it to continue to be low in the December quarter and into the March quarter next year for similar reasons. It's going to take time for people to see that house prices are moving in the right direction so that they have the confidence to either buy or to invest or to develop a new property. The people I've talked to within the sector, though, are optimistic about the future, and they're looking out into that sort of 6 to 12 month period. Hamilton has seen some really good results come through. We saw a 2.8% increase in employment, and we saw a 2.5% increase in the number of businesses in the city. That's fantastic through a period of really low economic growth, and really highlights the resilience that's out there and the optimism that people have to start a business during essentially a really economically tough time. So I'll wrap it up there, open to questions. Otherwise, I'll hand it over to Mike.
I'm sure there will be questions. Again, we're just so lucky to have your insight, and it is so helpful when it comes to making decisions around the council table. Colleagues, I'm opening it up for questions. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Thanks, Tiki, for that really optimistic and cautious appraisal. You talked about growth in business being 2.5%. It seems to be at odds with what we're hearing from business in terms of our existing businesses and their economic experiences. Can you comment on that?
Absolutely agree, everything, and part of it I think is visibility. So we hear about businesses closing, but we don't often hear about businesses opening. And there is, like, where other parts of the country have seen really negative growth, we are seeing growth, and certain sectors or parts of our economy are still growing. So it depends where it is, and it is a net increase. So within that number, some businesses have closed and some are new. And we also need to think of our businesses are sometimes sole operators, sometimes they're slightly bigger. Often when a business comes into the mix, they can be smaller than when they are, 10 years into their existence. So yes, agree, it's very prominent, the negatives, but there are the positives in there too.
Right, and then the same goes with the employment growth. And when we think about what's happening right across the country, and we look here at Hamilton, and even in our own city council where we've reduced our numbers.
There is surprisingly jobs are out there, they are being advertised. Highly skilled jobs are still quite hard to fill. I was speaking to someone in the development sector the other day. They said, yep, we've just gone out and we've employed someone into this role that we've been waiting 12 months to fill. So as that kind of pipeline of potential work or potential business, we are seeing, and I think Arif and Michael talked to that as well, is that people are actually looking to employ, not at the same level that we've seen in the past. And also when you have new businesses opening, they might employ one or two extra people to help them along the way. So there is light out there.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Councillor Anna.
Kia ora, Taki. And thank you too for the segment on the catch-22 of housing. I know you weren't here, but we had a conversation about that issue. But I guess just from your perspective, I know that the Waikato Housing Initiative had an event at the lake where they basically were like, how can we get consenting to happen when house prices are flat or dropping? And I don't know if you have any insight into some of the, economic incentives that might help to encourage that.
So the government's just released their program where they will back developers if they can't find enough sellers to get things going. So they're going to underwrite the debt. So if it doesn't happen, so this is one way they're looking at it. The developments have to be at least 30 houses, and they have to be focused on affordability. And their idea is that, yes, we've got this lull in demand, but actually if we can be building them so that they're there when the demand comes back, then that would be great. But it does really take intervention and support such as that, because a business, otherwise the numbers have to stack up or it's just not going to happen. So where interventions can happen and support or underwriting or funding is available, we see our community housing providers, they're starting to get really interested in looking at projects at the moment because they've got some security or some of funding from government.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess just in terms of that indicator of housing and economy and how that relates, I guess I was just wondering, is there, an indicator that would perhaps describe a little bit more like the housing market in terms of participation? So like, yes, house price increases are, as you say, linked to consenting, and that's positive for council. There's also the, how that economic benefit is distributed and who gets to benefit and who gets to participate. And I'm not sure if there's an indicator or something that could be described, but I just feel like that would maybe help make it a little bit more, I don't know what.
There's nothing regular that we have access to, or that I know of at the moment. There's obviously, around census and home ownership and stuff like that's out there. But it's certainly something we can keep an eye out for opportunities to look for, and if there's something out there, we can definitely bring it to.
Yeah, it might be like first homeowners versus investors.
And
or,
first
something
homeowners
like that.
at the moment are the most active portion of the market for the first time in a long time, because the opportunities are there, the investors are holding back, and the developers are holding back on
Right.
buying those sections.
Yeah, so that kind of thing, I guess, is quite good because it helps. Fuller picture. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool.
Councillor Moko.
Kia ora tiki.
Kia ora.
Rā whānau. Kia koe.
Thank you.
This question is around businesses. Are businesses opening in? Are they opening in existing infrastructure spaces? Are they building their own new infrastructure? Or are they converting dwellings into businesses? Do we know what that looks like?
I wish we knew. That sounds like great data. No, we don't really know. We do know from our from the vacancy surveys or the from NAI Harcourts. So they look at what sort of vacancy we've got. We know that there's 28,000 square metres of office space currently being redeveloped, which is really cool for Hamilton. It means some of our older stuff is being upgraded because our owners and our developers realise that a 1.1% vacancy rate in the top grade buildings is way better than at the other end. So we don't know where they're going, and we don't know exactly what sectors they're going into. We might have a better idea of that in January when we get the more broken down data.
Cool.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Cash.
Thank you. Hi, Tiki. I am just interested in your thoughts with our consents being lower. How much of that do you think council influences? As in, like, your thoughts, is it more around the cost of living and developers in terms of, borrowing capacity? Or do you think, does council have much of an influence in terms of limiting our waters connections or...
In the bigger scheme of things, it's the market, the price of how that houses can be sold for, the amount finance costs, the amount it costs to build. But there is a smaller element that can make it harder or easier that council does have influence over. But at the end of the day, it's really about the finances and making the project stack up for private businesses who are looking to make profit.
Yeah, true. Okay. And the figures around employment and unemployment. Correct me if I'm wrong. So unemployment is linked to the labour force, right?
Yes.
So then with the new immigration stuff released, I think it was yesterday or the day before, around partners of people with a work visa, partners are now able to work without restrictions. So does that add?
It depends. So the way unemployment is essentially people who want work, who are looking for work, who can't find work. So those partners before, if they weren't able to work, they were probably in the not in labour force category, so they wouldn't have been counted in the unemployment. If they start looking for work and they don't have a job, then that would increase unemployment. In Hamilton, with our sort of large amount of population growth that we saw last year, we've got a whole lot more people coming in and forming our labour force. At the same time, our job growth just isn't growing as fast as our population has. And that's where you get, we see here, we've got rising unemployment, but we've also got rising job growth, which seems to be in direct conflict.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
Mayor Southgate.
Following on from that one about unemployment, because I'm interested, I went to the water conference. I also went to the civil contractors conference. I've been to several other major scale conferences in which they talk about ageing out workforces and critical core components of the sort of what we need for our well-being. We've got this young population, so at the age that theoretically they should be through school and through university or through training, if they undertook it. What do we do about the mismatch between the fact that we seem to have core, or is there anybody talking about this? Is there anyone we can even get to give us an interesting perspective on how you match your labour force to the jobs that we need? I'm particularly interested in water engineers, water planners. Well, we all know that's going to be the biggest opportunity if you want a job for life, get to be a water engineer and you'll be all right. So how do we match that what's going on that we're not connecting that massive opportunity we have? Are they all leaving to Australia? Are they all staying unemployed? Are they all taking unskilled jobs? What's happening?
So for our youth unemployment is significantly higher and it is increasing. And unfortunately, it tends to be what happens in an economic downturn. People cut off the newer or the younger or the less skilled, and they keep their people who have been there for a while. And that creates a real problem. Margaret Piety, who Mike keeps in contact with, she's part of the Ministry of Education, and they do a lot of work with employers, trainers, and looking at that job market. What's the future job market? What skills do these kids need? How can we make sure that they're getting those skills so that they can either transition into education that supports them into these jobs or transition into these jobs? So that work is happening, and I don't know whether Mike wants to add anything on there, but potentially we could talk to Margaret about talking to you about that work, but I'll leave that one with Mike.
I would, Mike, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like something along that line, because you and I are always involved in information or conversations with economic partners who are looking for skilled labour, but not just this year, but we're going to be in a really bad position in 3 to 5 years' time if we're not training the right people in the right, medical's one, civil contracting's another. We're just going to be...
It's across the board. It's health, it's construction, there's so many different areas that the workforce is all bunched up here. And things like apprenticeships are really important to make sure those people are coming through. But if Mike can potentially get in touch with Margaret, if that helps.
How would you like to formulate that? Would you prefer just a note saying...
Oh, it can be a noting recommendation.
That staff try to put together something and bring it back to the next CDC?
Yeah, and from our perspective, Mr. Chair, which is how do we work with partners, economic partners, to create the workforce that we need? Because the impact will be borne by us not being able to build houses, not being able to build the water infrastructure, not being able to deliver healthcare and a bunch of things, right?
Yep.
That's the issue, isn't it? That's what I want to understand.
I understand.
Thank you.
Amy, have you captured that?
Captured? Do we? It does sound like something that we could have captured through a staff action. So staff undertake to facilitate a session.
Just note it.
Perfect.
Okay. Wonderful. Great.
Can
Thank
we just
you.
be a little bit vague on the time frame? I'm just managing workloads, so I just want to please don't want to set expectation that's
As soon as possible. Workloads. We all have workloads at the moment, but
other priorities.
I'm not saying do it next week. Let's put it that way. But I think if we're looking to build economic opportunities, we have to have the whole picture. So
Gotcha.
Somewhere next year.
Yep. Okay. Next
before
year.
before the
Councillor
elections,
Muku, you were very popular, Tiki, and you're not available to any other committee but economic development.
I've got two questions, Mr. Chair, and I think I can help with answering question number one, Your Worship. The irony, last night I had the operations manager for Wintec ring me up, have a conversation around the very subject that you just raised. What does our labour workforce look like in the future? She wants an audience, wants to have a conversation. They have been doing work around what they believe they need to train for and are keen to know what is our workforce in our city and neighbouring looking like. So I think we can bring Te Urikore Biro into a conversation and have that conversation.
Sorry, and thank you, great, because at the same time, Minister Penny Simmons is looking at the review of Te Pūkenga and the tertiary institutions. Would be really good to get some update on that, because it's all connected, right? Thank you, Ewan.
The second part of my question is, Tiki, a couple of months ago couple of weeks ago actually, there was public media down in Wellington around a whole host of people working from home, businesses impacted by a lot of that. Do we have that here? Do you know?
Yes, we do. We know from our spending data and our pedestrian counts in the central city that there has been a move back into the central city. So we've seen more people, and it's a lot higher than what has been since COVID. But there is still an element. I mean, you can drive in on one day and it's rammed with traffic, and then the next day there's none. So we know that's happening. There isn't any good data on it. So we have to use those other indicators as a way of sort of assessing what it might look like for Hamilton.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tiki. Really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful birthday celebration. Sorry for embarrassing you. Did you not? Oh, okay. Mike, welcome.
Thank you. Might be my last act based on Tiki's
Threat of taking you out for a night. You've just confirmed that the leak was you.
Yeah. She would have assumed so anyway. Really quickly, I think what I want to do is just lay out and update you on a really important piece of work that we've been doing ostensibly for maybe 18 months now in one way, shape, or form. It's really about how we work together with the people who do what myself, RF, do across the region. It began about 18 months ago when we started engaging really purposefully and directly with our counterparts. It was always happening, but we just sort of formalized with our counterparts in Waikato District and Waipa. So 18 months ago, then fast forward 9 months from there, we started thinking, how can we formalize this? And through working with Greg and Hannah and Blair, Future-Proof became sort of the ideal framework to discuss that, and we've now established economic development working group within Future-Proof, so including Maramara Piako as well, to really start understanding how we can bring an economic development lens to the really good work that Future-Proof does, but just a great framework for thinking in that boundaryless ways. Over the last 3 or 4 months, that's now migrated and developed into how do we do that as a full region. So the report goes into more detail. I'll just update it briefly by saying, really that idea of enhancing that cross-organizational engagement among the 11 or 12, including regional council, economic development mindset. So how do we work together on things? And I thank Mayor Paula and Councillor Moko, your point on workforce development. It is a regional or even and sub-regional issue. So one of the things we're developing is a model for how the economic development across the region comes together to work on those issues. And one of the things that are best handled at a local level, but collectively, are things like business retention and expansion. We know our businesses better than anyone. Someone at a regional level wouldn't have that relationship, evidenced by RF's work. But then also investment promotion. How do we speak clearly with one voice to those not in the region? But then the third one really is workforce development. So whether that's MB, MSD, Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, Te Pūkenga, the university, how do we bring that together at a sub-regional or regional level? So point taken, and we'll take the action from Amy and come back to you on that. So again, I think the takeaway is, in my experience, the best way to do sub-regional or regional economic development is to have excellent local economic development and then work together. So that's really the model that we're building. There'll be more to come at the next meeting and probably at the mayoral forum, I think at the end of November.
Question. So the ramifications are, is it a meaningful alternative to what was sort of Te Waka's wheelhouse? So, yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an alternative or the next step. It's really doing something fundamentally different, but filling that same gap, I think. I think it's a bit of, it's not anything that they were doing that we need to now do, but the idea of that structure and working together and speaking clearly as a region, those would continue through. So we're just developing it now. And in fact, right now there's a conversation going on with a couple TAs. Earlier this morning, I think South Waikato, there was a chat with them. So really we're building that coalition of people all on board with the same model. We'll work with, you know, across those 11 plus regional council, and then continue to build it together. As
one
I say,
assumes without creating a bureaucracy.
yeah, no, I think really getting together once a month doesn't need all that much effort. I think it's about breaking down barriers, working together, being open, transparent, and really identifying the commonalities. So workforce development is a great example of, you know, that's completely boundaryless. And there are a few projects ongoing in that space.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions of Mike? If not, that brings, I think, item 9, item 9, and we are on page 98, and it's simply that we receive Mike and Tiki's report, and RF's good work. I think we can do this on the hands. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Maxine. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those against?
Carried unanimously.
Excellent. So I think we are now heading to resolution to exclude the public. It is. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Jeff. All of those in favour say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. We'll take 1 minute to switch off the global television coverage.